Okay. Shh. Good morning, DLs. Good morning, class. A little bit warmer of a day, not much, but a little bit warmer. Okay. Okay, let's have a word of prayer and let's get started. Okay. Um, Something I just keep forgetting to do. Um, I'm just in a mindset to get started and get going. But does anybody have a prayer request? Can you get one? Can you get one? Yeah. Okay, we do need to pray for some of you know, some of you don't know him. Aaron Moscato, he's having, matter of fact, I think he's already had eye surgery this morning. Um, he's dealing with a pupil. I'm not exactly sure everything, but um, they're doing surgery today on one eye, and then in about a month they'll come back and do surgery on the other eye. And so hopefully that um, the surgery went well. Already prayed for him myself, but hopefully the surgery went well and that it will take and that he can get the second one done a little later. So, but just pray for him today for just strength and recuperation for that. Okay. Anybody else? Sophia? Hey, hey, enough talking. Sophia? Your uncle's funeral? Okay. Okay. Let's pray. Yes. He's in Dubai. We do need to pray, continue to pray for him. Thank you. Okay. Anybody else? Okay. Let's pray. Father, thank you for today. We thank you for your guidance in every little thing and all the big things too. And got a few requests this morning. Aaron Moscato, he um, had eye surgery this morning, and just pray now that um, as assuming we haven't heard anything, but assuming everything went well. But now, as he recuperates from that, just pray that you give him the strength to do that, and that things will go well in recovery for him, and then that the surgery will went well to the point where they'll be able to do the second eye um, here in about a month. So just help him today, um, just to get the rest he needs and the recovery. Sophia, with Sophia's family, with the preparation of their uncle's funeral, just pray that you just help them. This is always a trying time. A lot of decisions to be made and just different things to go on, but just give them peace and give them and help them through this time. And we continue to uplift our pastor with having the COVID, having the double pneumonia, being in oxygen. But what makes it even harder is that he is not here where, close to his family, close to the church. He's in a different country and in a hospital. And so just give him comfort, give him strength. Pray that he'll be able to get over. The healing process will go quickly and be able to return. And just we thank you for good news that the oxygen level in his body is maintaining itself, and so that's good. And so, but just help him, be real to him, be real to all of us today. We all probably have something that um, is going on in our lives even today, and so just help us in those situations that we can just lean upon you for the strength and the guidance. Thank you again for today. In precious name, amen. Okay, we are in this category. This is where we left off yesterday. We're talking about the 5 characteristics of a biblical friendship. We're on the third one. Friendship is sharing common interests. Okay. Let me stick my thing in there. There we go. Okay. Malachi 3:16-18 says, "Then they that feared the Lord spake often one to another, and the Lord hearkened and heard it. And a book of remembrance was written before him for them that fear the Lord, and that thought upon his name. And they shall be mine, saith the Lord of hosts, in the day when I make up my jewels, and I will spare them, as a man spareth his own son that serveth him. Then shall ye return and discern between the righteous and the wicked, between him that serveth God and him that serveth him not." So what common interests did these people share that God took special note of? They enjoyed talking about God. We're in that category of we're talking about it. Finding friends that our third thing share a common interest of spiritual things, godly things. Okay. So here's the question for you, for me, for all of us. Are our friends Christians? Okay. Do they tend to come from among, or do they come from among the world's crowd? Okay. And I'm not saying anything negative either way. Okay. But think about your friends. If you have friends that are among the world's crowd, evaluate. Okay. Evaluate it. Make sure that you're not losing your testimony in the process. Okay. Be a testimony. Maybe you can bring them over to the Christian side of it. If you have Christian friends, are you and your friends doing the right things? Okay. Do you and your friends share a common Savior, a common spiritual motivation, as well as a common interest? Shh. Some things just to think about. Okay. Friendship. Number 4. The fourth thing is self-sacrificing. Booker T. Washington wrote in Up from Slavery that to be successful in any kind of undertaking, I think the main thing is for one to grow to the point where he completely forgets himself. That is, to lose himself in a great cause. In proportion as one loves himself in this way, in the same degree does he get the highest happiness out of his work. And that is true. If you can completely forget about yourself in the friendship, your friendship will grow. Your friends will see that too. And it'll become a mutual friendship. The principle can be applied to, or this principle can be applied to friendships because we're going to get the most from our friendships. when we forget ourselves, our own needs, our desires, and become involved in the meeting the needs of our friends. Okay? Shh. Your friends will see that. Okay? And they will turn it about and probably start doing that for you too. Okay? Makes the friendship even stronger. Fifth category, characteristic is that a friendship is committed. Proverbs 17:17 says, "A friend loveth at all times, and a brother is born for adversity." A true friend will remain a true friend. Even if you go your separate ways after college or high school, whatever. The true friend that you've gained now will still be a true friend, even though you're not in close proximity to each other. It'll still be someone that you can call and ask advice. It'll still be someone that you can get together with at times and enjoy the common interests that you have. It'll be someone that will be there for you through everything. Huh? Okay. True friends are committed to remaining your friends no matter what. David and Jonathan were that way. 1 Samuel 23:18, it says, "And they two made a covenant before the Lord, and David abode in the wood, and Jonathan went to his house." Dorothy C. Retzloff said that a friend is a person who will help you in the hour of sickness, lends you $1 without deducing the interest or deducting the interest, help you uphill when you are sliding downhill. Then you see, say no. No, you do everything you can to get them up. Okay, that's not what it's talking about. Defend you in the hour when others speak evil of you. Okay. If a friend can't support you, defend you when someone's talking bad about you. Good point. Good point. Believe in you, or believe in your innocence until you admit your guilt. Okay? Okay? They believe that you are right or wrong. Depends. They will say behind your back what they'll say to you in your face. Shh. Okay? What that means is that they're not going to tell bad things about you just because you're not here. But then when you're here, oh, it's a different type of a story that they're giving. Okay? Exactly. So you can trust what they say no matter where they're at and what they're saying. They'll shake hands with you whenever he meets you, or if not shaking, greeting you in some manner. Okay? Even though there's some problems that occur in your life, they're still going to greet you because they're your friend. Okay. I don't understand. Shake hands whenever he meets you, so you may wear patches? Didn't I just explain that? I'm sorry. Amethyst, if you were listening, patches is just a figurative word here, meaning that if problems come up, they're still going to greet you because they're your friend. Okay? That's all it's saying. Okay, do all of these things without expecting anything in return. Okay? That's what a friend is going to do. is going to do things for you and not expect anything in return. Shh. The one ingredient, though, shh, that is involved with the 6 qualities talked about in the teacher's lessons on how we gain friends is love. Okay? And that's where we need to make sure we are showing, or what we're showing to our friends. So, how does these following verses teach us about how to gain friends? First of all, Proverbs 10:12. Hatred stirreth up strife, but love covereth all sins. How does this teach us about gaining friends? Shh. Any ideas? Okay. Shh. Guys in the back. Okay. Diaz, hopefully you're hearing some of these. Okay. But they're true. So we're overlooking the sins or the faults. Okay. Now, obviously, there's going to come a point when you've got to confront, or, but just because someone isn't perfect like you, doesn't mean that you can't show love to them. Okay, in essence. Okay. Second, sorry. The second verse, Proverbs 11:13. Shh. A talebearer revealeth secrets, but he that is of a faithful spirit concealeth the matter. What do you think? There we go. Concealing the secrets. What's said to you from a friend should stay with you. Okay? Shouldn't go anywhere else, and you shouldn't talk about it. Period. Okay? Number 3. Proverbs 11:27. Gabby. He that diligently seeketh good procureth favor, but he that seeketh mischief, it shall come unto him. Okay? Seek the good. Don't always be looking for the bad. Okay? The bad will reveal itself without you having to go look for it. Okay? And then when the bad reveals itself, don't dwell upon the bad. Continue to look for the good. Okay? Number 4. By the way, good to see all the DLs on today. Okay? JYGAL, good to see you all. Huh? Jeremiah, Doug says he misses you. Okay? Since we are in a little lull right now, in between verses,
Hi, Jeremiah. I miss you, like, a lot. I always ask your mom where you're at, but she says you're just at home. But I don't believe her anymore. I miss you, though. Also, Andrew misses you. So, alright. Thanks for speaking.
Yeah. I know. We thought he was going to cry there for a minute, but. Oh. Okay, since we're in between verses, anybody else want to say anything to the DLs? Anybody else want to say anything to the DLs? Come on up. DLs, we have some guest speakers that want to talk to you for just a minute.
Hi, Jeremiah. I miss you. I want you to come back here. Okay.
Short and sweet.
Hi, Lacey.
Okay. I'm going to be on the good side today and not talk about anything negative in what was just said. Okay? Okay? So, DLs, it's always a pleasure to see you online. Joining us here in class. Okay? Wished you were here. Okay? Wished all of you were here. And just enjoying the fun we have here. Okay? But I know you're having fun there at home. And so continue on. Again, today, stay out of the mud puddles. Okay? We'll see you tomorrow, DLs. Actually, tomorrow, no Bible class online because we have our verse quiz. Verse quiz is Proverbs 17:22. Okay? 17:22. DLs, DLs in class. If you have not finished lesson 17 quiz worksheet, you need to get that finished and get it turned in, okay? So, until we see you again, so long, farewell, I'll say goodbye.
quiz over Unit 13 in grammar tomorrow. It's over the dictionary. So, you will need to have your dictionary in class tomorrow. And no, you cannot have a Scrabble dictionary. Okay. Did I call you out? I think you just called yourself out. I said, you cannot have a Scrabble dictionary. Kind of talking to the whole class. So, yes, that is tomorrow. So make sure everyone go ahead and open your grammar books to Unit 13, page number. Page number 154. Okay, so out of this, obviously this is the whole process of you needing to find words in the dictionary, okay? So you want to mark how the process is to find the words. So find the word, find the definition, and then just check for the restrictive label or the usage notes, okay? You also want to know kind of your rules on page 157, the variant spellings. They'll just ask you different questions about that. But also on page number 158, okay, pronunciation, just different things that we went over, just the things that will also be listed for underneath a definition. So capitalization, pronunciation. You want to know not the different symbols. You don't need to know like breve or macron, different things like that, but you do want to know what it looks like, the pronunciations and then the accents and all of that, okay? So you're going to have to know those, so how we find them. So obviously we have those ones in parentheses, and there are different symbols for those. So just know that. Be familiar with it. I'm not going to obviously ask you what is the sign for a short vowel sound. You're not going to need to know what a breve is. Like I said, the definition of a macron. You don't need to know those, but you do need to be familiar with the pronunciation ones, and then like the definition, what are entry words, the parts of speech labels, what are all of those as part of your dictionary. And then look at also on page number 159, okay, so that's number 4, parts of speech labels, okay, so noun, adjective, pronoun, all of those. It'll give you examples, and you need to tell me like if it's the part of speech label, if it's the pronunciation label, all of those. If this is the entry word, just kind of basic terminology with your dictionary, okay? And then it'll give you kind of what we did in our exercises on page number, what's it called? Page number 157, exercise B. It'll give you an italicized word. And then you need to look up the definition. Obviously, I'm not going to count it against you if your dictionary says this, but you need to also take into account what it's being used as. If it's the noun, and that's the part of the definition that you need to write in the blank. Okay, so exercise B could be your practice. We already did that for 4 and 5 in homework. But that'll be quiz 10 tomorrow over Unit 13. Okay? All right. Go ahead and look at page number 160. Okay, page 160. Okay, so we did exercise A, looking at the different preferred spelling. Does anybody have, go ahead and get out your dictionary. And then let's go ahead and look at the preferred spelling from numbers we did. Let's do at 8, 9, and 10. Okay, so with number 8, Isaac, you looked that one up, movable. What was that one? With the E or without the E? Good, it was without the E. That's the preferred spelling. Who was number 9, preferred spelling? Okay, go ahead and look it up if you don't have it. Look it up if you don't have it. Elijah? preferred spelling in your dictionary. And then it is the upper edge of a side of a ship or a boat. That is the preferred spelling. Huh? There you go. Okay. Hiccup or hiccough. What's the preferred spelling, class? We could already look at this one. It is the second one. But the preferred spelling, Hiccup, but hiccough obviously would make a little more sense. But the preferred spelling is hiccup. Okay, look at the exercise B. Okay, so this is what you, go ahead and fill this out, okay? It's not for homework. Last night, obviously, since it was Wednesday, but go ahead and do the pronunciations as given in your dictionary. So go ahead and look up your word. For those of you with without a dictionary, I've been telling you this whole week, you will need it for your quiz, so. Okay, as soon as everybody's finished with that, we can't really go over that in class, but as long as you have your pronunciation as given in your dictionary. Moving on to exercise C, look up the principal parts for the following verbs. Look up the word bring, okay? Go ahead and look up the word bring. I'm just going to do the first two words of each section. The word bring. Okay. For those of you without a dictionary, what would be the past form of bring? There you go, brought. Your dictionary gives you different ones. Some of your dictionaries might not say this is the past, this is the present, this is the future, but it gives you examples. So for example, my dictionary, it says bring, okay, and then obviously the definition is come with or carry a thing or person from another place. Then it gives me an example, bring me a clean plate. And then there's another example, he brought a charge against us. And then just different forms of the word bring, okay? Go ahead and look at the past participle. Maybe this will help you a little bit review with what we learned. No, not tonight. Okay. Past participle of bring. Okay, had brought, good. Remember with past participles, it's our had. I'll go ahead and put that on the board, just a little review. With present participles, good. Okay, present participle. No. No, that's why I said we were doing it with the numbers 1 and 2 of each one, because it was kind of review of the past ones, or the past sections, okay? So obviously with our present participle and our past participle, we do have helper verbs. So yes, past participle is had brought or X brought. What would be the present participle? Now will bring, that would be future. Okay, what makes something present participle? Remember the what? Bringing, ing. Okay, so this one would be have, is bringing or has bring, or it's just like um, the helper verb there. Okay, not participle. This one is. This one would just be my past, like an X here. I'm thinking of perfect. Sorry about that. But present participle, it ends in ing. Remember, there are helper verbs. That's what we need to know, okay? With past participles, it's my helper verb with the past part of the past verb form. Okay, so past participle, we said had or have brought, okay? We're thinking of present participle, so it would be ing, so would be bringing. I'm thinking of present perfect. I kind of got that confused. My bad. Forget about the have or has plus a verb, okay? But with participles, just remember with present participle, while working on this, present participles end in ing. Past participles, it would always have a helper verb. So when we're thinking of the past, obviously the past form of bring is brought. But then just keep in mind with past participles, they're always going to have a helper verb in front of them, okay? Same thing with the word chose, okay? Look at your past, number 2 in chose, okay? So we know our past is chose. Will be the past participle. Okay, good. Have chosen. But notice this, have or has obviously would be my helper verb there, but you can't say chose, right? Have, with past participle, it would be have chosen. Because with past participles, there's always an X verb, helper verb there. Doesn't matter what it would be. We know with past participles, there's going to be a helper verb there. This was part of the section where we had to differentiate between the past and the past participle. I don't know if you guys remember that. That was a couple of units ago. But this was the past. And then we had chose. With past participles, remember we had to conjugate it and add something to make it with the participle part. So yes, in this case, it would be chosen. What would the present participle be, class? With an ing. Choosing. Good. Okay. Let's look at exercise D, comparatives and superlatives of these modifiers. Okay. This is what we went over briefly yesterday. With dictionaries will give you some sort of comparison. And I'll just give you this now because we haven't gone over this yet in class. But comparative and superlative. So look at number 1. Okay? This part won't be on your quiz tomorrow. So look at number 1. Bad. Okay? Is that comparing anything? Like they both were, or not they both. Is that comparing anything to each other? Or is it just bad, class? It's just bad. Okay, so that's 1. Then, how do we make it comparative? So, good. Okay, so worse. Superlative, we're comparing 3 things or more. Okay, so comparative, we're comparing 2 things. Superlative, there's going to be a lot of things that we're comparing. So, it's kind of like that sequence of like good, better, and best. Okay, so how would we do a comparative form of beautiful? Good. Okay, then someone else besides Amethyst would do the superlative form of beautiful? Good, most beautiful. So that's part of the dictionary. Some of them give you comparative forms. So close, we can just say this out loud. We don't have to do it on our paper, but what would be a comparative form? Closer, the superlative. Closest, good. Cost, costlier, costliest. Far would be, or more costly, okay? Far, what would be a comparative of that? Farther, and then what would be the superlative degree of comparison there? The farthest. Exercise D is just kind of giving you a example of what your dictionary gives you, okay? Some dictionaries, not all dictionaries. And then look at exercise E, okay? So actually, Avery and Ari and I were talking about this yesterday, how there are plural forms of verbs that, or words, so like, for example, cactus, and then like the plural form of cactus would be cacti. So we were like looking up that, but this is exactly what we're doing, okay? So look at the plurals of these nouns, okay? If there is more than one plural, given, list the first one. So go ahead and do 1 through 3, alto, potato, and monkey. Okay? That's why we need to look it up. Just look up the first one, okay? Amethyst. Okay, how do we spell the plural form of alto? Who has it? There you go, A-L-T-O-S. Okay. But that's why sometimes we need to look it up, because look at, for example, potato. Okay, since we just spelled alto with an S, we would think, okay, maybe potato is with an S. But yes, potato does have an ES. And then the plural form of monkeys. Good, just an S. We're not changing anything there. Okay? Okay, go ahead and turn to page 162. Page 162. Okay. Look at number 7, okay? Restrictive labels. Good dictionaries consistently attach warning labels to words that have limitations of usage. These labels help one determine whether a word is correct and appropriate to use and under what circumstances, okay? So letter A, there are 4 kinds of labels that are commonly used. Field labels, philosophy, technology, chemistry, architecture, grammar, sports. There's geographical labels, regional, dialect, southwestern. Adrian, stop talking. Regional, dialect, southwestern, U.S., New England, British, Scottish, Canadian. They'll give you different restrictive labels of how they're going to be used. Time labels, obsolete, archaic, rare. Usage labels, non-standard, standard, informal, colloquial, slang, vulgar, etc. So these are the restricted labels, another part of the dictionary that's going to be included there, okay? So if you have a good dictionary, it'll give you all the definitions of like different usages, like nouns, adjectives, adverbs, all of those, okay? So tonight for homework, do 1 through 3, okay? So find your words, then write this restrictive label that your dictionary gives for the definition indicated. If it's informal, slang, or archaic, okay? So look at number 7, and then just kind of go underneath that and find, okay, my dictionary says this, and then just write that down, okay? It gives you the definition already, so all you got to do is just find the restricted label, numbers 1 through 3. All right, go ahead and put that away. Take out your literature books. For Tuesday night's homework, you were to do The Mansion, questions 1 and 2. You guys already turned it in. Well, at least I know some of you guys have already turned it in. If you haven't turned in your questions 1 through 2 yet, please do. But yes. As I was going through these last night, we had some interesting answers. So I would like everyone to explain what they meant. But everyone go ahead and turn to page number The Mansion on page number 211. Okay, page 211. Just some things to know about The Mansion. It was written by Henry Van Dyke. Do you want to know that he wrote this? He's an author to know. So your question, number 1, was, since John Waitman was such a good businessman and since he gave to his church and other charities, why was his mansion only a little hut? So I'm going to just call on us one by one. Derek, you said most of his accomplishments he did on earth don't count for his mansion. What did you mean by that? Why? Interesting. Okay. Doug, what did you mean by most of his accomplishments he did on earth doesn't count for his mansion? Okay. Ricky, what did you mean by because everything he did on earth doesn't count for his mansion? Okay. Lena, what did you mean by some of his accomplishments he did on earth don't count for his mansion? Okay. So Andrew and Avery, I'm assuming since you guys put the same exact thing everybody else did, that you mean the same exact thing that they did as well. All right. Same thing with Gabby. Okay. So everyone. Oh man. All right. So let's talk about the story actually. Okay. Everyone turn to page number. Like I said, 211. Okay. We have this man. His name was John Waitman, right? And this man, okay, our motives behind our actions, this is the theme on earth, determine our rewards in heaven. So, yes, all of you guys gave me the answers of it doesn't matter what you have on earth, but actually the story was talking about his motives, okay? His motives, if you guys look, he did a lot of accomplishments on earth, like he built a house on page number 211 that he filled with a lot of things like great pictures, great furniture. We see that also on page number, what's it called? On page 216, it says it was full of shelves, costly books, chosen pictures. He was saying that he needs to sell some of the pictures. He even had an overabundance of pictures that he was going to sell because he had all of this in his house, and he had a big library table just describing all that he had in his house. But his motives behind what he did was the fact that the reason why he had a small mansion in heaven. So he has a son. What was his son's name? It was Harold. Okay. Harold was his son, and what was kind of his personality? Did he exactly follow exactly what was his in his father's footsteps? No, it wasn't. Okay. Good. He wanted to do exactly what he wanted to. He didn't really want to fall into his footsteps. We see that on page 212. He says, "Father plays us," said Harold, "like pieces of a game in chess, or like pieces in a game of chess." He's talking to his mom and telling him that. Then he goes and has a what's it called? He has a dinner with his dad. What holiday was that, class? Christmas Eve. The father and son, we see that on page 213. They were dining together without guests, and then they just decided to talk about different things in life. And then what does the son present to the father, and the fact that what does he want to do with his life? Okay. Exactly. So that's what he wanted to do. His father, he had all of these plans laid out for him. Elijah, are you okay? Okay. Well, I turned down the air, but if you need some water, drink it. As long as you're okay. Okay. So, look at on page 214. Okay. He was talking to his dad, and he was saying he wanted all this stuff. His mom and the two daughters were away. It was just him and his dad. He's talking to his dad. He said, "Dad, can I talk to you about something?" The dad says, "Of course." So he brings this up and he says, look on page number, let's say on page 200 and not 15. I want to point out what the son brought up to him. Well, he basically was just saying, "You remember my friend? He was my friend that really helped me when I was really gone crazy, or when I went off the deep end. And if it weren't for my friend, then I wouldn't be here. And my friend, he actually got into a like a dilemma, and he was actually sick, And my friend owes, oh, look on page 215 at the top, okay? It says something is wrong with his lungs, okay? On the left-hand side, so he's bringing this up to his dad, and he's saying something is wrong with his lungs. And the doctor says his only chance is a year or 18 months in Colorado. I wish we could help him. And he's basically bringing up this problem to his dad that's on his heart. His dad is someone who is making wise investments and always giving to the church because he said it's a good investment. But we see throughout this work that the reason why like I said, with the motives, the reason why he had a small mansion in heaven was because the motives behind his giving and the motives behind his generosity, quote unquote, were basically for his own personal gain. He looked at everything like an investment. So, for example, when his son brought this problem to him, the first thing that the dad asked was, what, class? What does it say? I wish we could help him. At the top of the page, on page 215, how much would it cost? Okay, that's the first thing he's concerned about. He's not concerned about, oh, is your friend okay? How's his family? Because he has a wife and a little baby. But the first thing, okay, how much would it cost? The cost was $3,000 or $4,000, perhaps, as a loan. Does the doctor say he will get well? A fighting chance, the doctor says. And what did the old man respond to that? Did he want to give or did he not want to give? Exactly. The fighting chance was just a chance. He didn't want to risk $3,000 or $4,000. So what does he say? He also goes on to say, okay, I'm going to give you your Christmas bonus later, and it's up to you to do whatever you want with it. And then so $300 or $400, yes, but then he said, I'm going to give you your Christmas bonus or your Christmas check for $1,000. You can use it as you please. I never interfere with your private affairs. Thank you, said Harold. Thank you very much, but there's another private affair, and we see that at the very bottom on page 215. He says, I want to get away from this life, this town, this house. It stifles me. You refused last summer when I asked you to let me go up to Grenfell's mission on the Labrador. I could go now, at least as far as the Newfoundland station. Have you changed your mind? Not at all. I think it's an exceedingly foolish enterprise. It would interrupt the career that I have marked out for you. So they kind of have a quarrel there. They were fighting because the son wanted to go one way and then the father wanted him to be another way. Well, what happens to what happens to John Waitman that night? Okay, what was the dream about? Who else can raise their hand and tell me? Okay, what was the dream about? Okay, him dying, and then what happens there? Okay, anyone can follow that? What else? What happened? What did he see? Okay, yes, his hut. And then you guys, okay, before we go with the end of the story, sorry about this, guys, go and look on page 216. Okay, so yes, he falls asleep. Okay, there's a dream there. He is talking about how on page 217 where he's reading the verses, lay not up for yourselves treasure upon earth. And then he's saying how the reverend or the pastor says you need to continue that verse because the rest of the verse is important. So it says, lay not up treasures upon earth where moth and rust do corrupt and where thieves break through and steal. And he actually kind of took that one literally and said, okay, I really like that verse because we're not supposed to lay up our treasures on earth where moth and rust do corrupt. So he's basically saying, yes, I can still invest all that I have in here just as long as, it's not beneficial, or as long as it is beneficial to me, and as long as other people can't interfere with my affairs, basically. So the Bible continues on to say, but lay up for yourselves treasure in heaven. And he kind of was pondering that. He's like, what does he mean by that? I don't really understand that. And that's where he has a dream on page 217. So he has a dream. He was on the road. He sees a big, great road. He looks around. There are a bunch of pathways that he sees, and a lot of people taking different pathways. He says there is, on the hillside, the threads were more firmly woven into one clear band of travel, though there were still a few dim paths joining it here and there. He could see travelers. They were making an ascent. They were going up the hillside. They were going into the forest. They were going different ways, And yes, that kind of represented heaven. And Austin, they represented heaven. Put the bottle away. You know exactly what I mean. They were representing all the people that go to heaven and traveling different aspects of life. And for him, he started following along his pathway, and they were going on look on page 218. They were going to a celestial city, obviously a representation of heaven. And as he's there, they took him to, he saw a bunch of mansions. He was seeing the people there that were taking all the travelers to their mansions, and here John is looking at all the mansions and saying, okay, this is awesome, but where's mine? So he asked to see his, and then he looked at the keeper of the gate. He looked straight deep to his eyes and beckoned him. Then he knew not that it was only right but necessary that he should enter into heaven. And there were these people. No one was left with the guide but two old friends, Dr. McLean and John Waitman. And they led him to he wanted to say, please see, or he said, where do you wish me to lead you now? That was the guide talking. And John says, to see my own mansion. We're at the bottom of page 219. And so he said it with half-concealed excitement. So here he is expecting that he has a mansion. And then on page 220, he ends up seeing that it's just a hut, like we talked about earlier. And the reason why it was just a hut, look at the top of page 220, that is all the material you sent us. So what he did on earth, that was his motives. Yes, he gave to the church. Yes, he gave and invested in a lot of things, but that was his motive. That was the main thing that this book wants you to, or this story wants you to get, was we can do all the things here on earth, okay? Not the fact that we have all the things on earth and all of our accomplishments per se, but what is our motive behind them? Is it just to gain something or to get something in return? Are we nice to other people because we want something in return? Are we generous to other people because we want something in return? That's what happened with John Waitman. He gave all the stuff, but then the stuff that actually mattered didn't last. And that's why his hut was the way it was in heaven. The works that he committed on earth were for his own benefit. He had already received his reward, which was all the stuff on earth. He wasn't really thinking about heaven. He got riches. He got a nice house on earth. And he had already received that reward because the things that he did or the motives that he had didn't really last. And this story was saying you need to look at the eternal rather than the temporary. You need to check your motives behind all the things that you do, because it does say in the Bible that obviously where your treasure is, there will your heart be also. And his heart was in his own investments, and his heart was in for his own personal gain. And so because he was looking out for himself and wanted to get all the benefits of giving, then in heaven, since it wasn't for the eternal, it wasn't for, I'm going to give to the church because I want to see people saved. It was for, I'm going to give to the church because they're going to look at me as a good person. So the lasting effects in heaven all those lasting effects didn't reach up to heaven, so which is why he only had a little hut. Okay, so if you didn't turn in your questions 1 and 2 for this story, unfortunately, since we already went over it, it is late, so if you want to turn it in to get partial credit, you still can, but that was for the mansion. Tonight for homework, read page 222 to 223, okay? Just contentment. And then let me look up quickly what we have else for 222 to 223, just the poem about contentment. And then I'm going to go ahead and write everything else. Tonight is to write list 8, your vocab and your definitions 7 through 12 twice. Awesome. Okay? So if you already did that, great. Turn it in. But if you haven't turned in your vocab and definitions 1 through 6 twice yet, please do. And then also one more thing that actually we'll go over it tomorrow. Okay? But tomorrow just remember your grammar quiz over the dictionary. All right. You guys are dismissed.
Okay, dear Heavenly Father, Lord, thank you for today. Thank you for everything you do for us, all the blessings and things you do on a daily basis. Thank you for the sunshine we had this morning. Please allow us to stay warm as it's supposed to rain later today. Bless these kids as we're coming to the end of this week. Allow them to get some rest, focus on their studies, finish up their homework and quizzes they have today or tomorrow, and then the project I gave them should be able to be an easy grade on that. Please help them next week for them to get rest over the weekend and their minds to be sharp through Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday for that testing, for them to be able to do well on that. Also, please help anything we have going on in this class. We lift up some special prayer requests to you, Lord. Please help Sophia's dad through this time. Give him strength. Protect him through this time. Also, please help her family. Comfort them. Just be there for them. Be that shoulder for them to lean on and to cry on, Lord. And just to comfort them and give them joy at the end of it. If anyone in her family doesn't know you, Lord, allow Sophia or someone to be a light to them to show you the truth of your word and the love of your son and the love of you, Lord. Please just bless them through that time, help them through that situation. Also, we lift up Pastor Sadlowski to you, Lord, as he's not doing well. He's still very weak. He can't really walk around. He's on an oxygen machine, so please just help him through that. Allow him to be able to recover quickly. The procedures the doctors are having him do, for that to be able to help him through this time. Please allow the communications between his family and all the way over there, because I know the time difference, it makes it tough, for them to be able to find out more about it. They haven't really found out much since Sunday, so just allow that to be able to, information to be able to come and comfort the family, as I know this probably isn't an easy time, as not only are they maybe scared or nervous or sad or anything like that, praying, Lord, concerned, just bless them and help them through this time, as for them to get information for insurance, for them to be able to rely on you through this time and just be able to know more about what's going on, so they can do as much as they can. And please just continue to allow us as a school and as students and teachers for us to pray for him, as he does a lot and he loves a lot of people and does a lot for people. Please just bless that. Help this class period, as we're not doing a lot, for us to be able to do some notes, be able to study for our quiz tomorrow, and do well. Please help discipline learners at home, for them to stay diligent in their work, to not get behind turning things in, to just remain faithful in what they're doing. In Jesus' name we pray, amen. What's up? Do what? As far as I know, they told me no, they're not doing it. And no, you cannot discipline learn. No. The purpose of discipline learning, you have to get it approved. Okay, you have to be sick, or you have to be, you have to be here. Stop. No, you can't purposely get sick. Okay, they're trying to see if they can do it for distant learners, but obviously it's difficult getting all the stuff to them since all the stuff is here. So they might try to require them to come in person for those times, whether they're staying in the office if they don't want to come to the classroom, but they might have to come in. But that will be discussed to them. Keep your chair down, dude. I shouldn't have to ask you every 5 minutes. Keep your chair down. Yeah, you and Aaron. Okay, keep your chair down. All right, no more questions. You can ask the office about more, because I don't know a ton. I've never done Iowa testing. I've done standardized testing. They're similar, but they're not the same. They're similar, but not the same. All right, but we are moving on. We should have note 63 already. Okay, we're moving on in this period of time. Okay, learn about a few more people. Again, we're not doing a lot today, so be quiet. Get through a little bit we're doing, and then we'll be done. Have a little bit of homework, not a lot, as I know you guys have the essays. And I'm sure you're almost done with them, because you're not going to procrastinate till the day before. Monday, so write it down. All right, the next person we're talking about is Cecil Rhodes. Cecil Rhodes. Okay, he is was the British Prime Minister to the Cape Colony. Austin, mask on and quiet. Adrian, mask on and quiet. Doug, Derek, mask on, please. Avery, please. I know we hate them. The purpose of them is blurred, but we have to wear them. Imagine talking all day with them. Very annoying. Okay, he began antagonizing as he was in the Cape Colony. We've talked about these Boer people. Okay, who are the Boer people? Okay, they're farmers in South Africa during this time, trying to become their own, trying not to be ruled by this. But Cecil Rhodes was the prime minister of this area, and he began antagonizing the Boer republics by inciting the Uitlanders to rebellion as a part of the scheme to potentially unite much of Africa under British rule. Okay, as a lot of wealth and natural resources is from that area, okay, they're trying to control the distribution of that wealth, which is going to bring us to the Boer War. Yes, sir. No. No. Yes, sir.
I asked my dad why I have D in front of it. D only means the farmer. Otherwise, always I'm not farmer. I'm the farmer.
He's the farmer. The farmer. Okay, but this is going to bring us to the Boer War. The Boer War.
You're in a war.
Okay, this war erupted between the British and the Dutch Afrikaner Boers in 1899. Okay, the Boer War. Make sure you're filling out the notes, as I could do a notebook check at any time. Just saying.
What do you want today?
Okay, but this is going to bring us to the next person we need to know. Okay, an Afrikaner general. Okay, Paul Kruger. He just looks like a strict, he kind of looks like a Scrooge, dude. That's what he looks like to me. Okay, but he was president of the Transvaal and Louis Botha. Okay, Afrikaner general. He led their troops as they outshot and outmaneuvered the British during this Boer War. Okay, Paul Kruger.
That's like end goal. Dude, that dude looks like he would not be that tough.
That's what I said. He's a Scrooge.
No, not even just like Scrooge. Just like regular Scrooge, like Scrooge McDuck. I'm like, right? This guy, I just feel like I'd be like, can this conversation be
Oh,
over?
man.
And how
Probably.
started?
Probably. All right, as the Boer War progressed, Britain sent in a flood of troops. Isaac and Adrian. Okay, as the Boer War progressed, Britain sent in a flood of troops, a ton of troops, okay, as they were losing kind of this war a little bit. Okay, under the competent leadership of Lord Roberts and Lord Kitchener.
Imagine being like power royalty and then your last name is Kitchen.
He's cooking in the kitchen, man. He's whipping up something. Shh. All right, know those two guys that led the British troops against the Boers in this war, and the Afrikaners. Okay, after suffering several defeats by the British, the losing thousands of women and children to disease in British detention camps, the Boers finally surrendered in 1902, about 3 years after the war started. Okay, both Boer republics and their independence and liberty were restored. Okay, after this war basically ended, a lot of people died. Okay, families, soldiers, children, women. Okay, a lot of people died. About 8 years after everything was restored. I'm leaving it up there a little bit longer. But after 8 years in 1910. Good to see Yuvia, Adam, Lacey. Make sure if you're in the chat you throw your name so I know you're here. Missing Jeremiah, Giselle. Make sure you throw your names in the chat so I know you are present. Everyone good? Yep. Make sure we put any other subjects away. Gabby. Okay, put it away. If it's homework, you should have done it yesterday. You're only doing your notes, nothing else. Okay, in 1910, the Boers and the British finally joined together to form the Union of South Africa. This was the establishment of this basically kind of like state or country. A dominion with a representative government or in the tradition of Great Britain. Okay, that's kind of how South Africa is today. It has some African heritage as well. Okay, but a lot of South Africa is different than most of Africa, and it has a lot of British heritage, British structure. Okay, it quickly became the most prosperous country in Africa. I saw you took that gym over there, man. I saw you took that gym over there. Maybe.
I was walking down here this morning. I was like, why not put my gym in?
Everyone good with this note? Everyone good? That's messed up. Okay, in addition to its colonies in southern Africa, Britain was able to exert strong influence on and eventually control, okay, but they had strong influence on Egypt. Okay, Egypt, obviously we know it as the Fertile Crescent, had a lot of prosperous natural resources as well. Okay, Britain had a strong interest in Egypt because of this canal, the Suez Canal. Suez.
We all correct him immediately. Sorry, Mr. Quarles.
For reals, they're always so mean to Mr. Quarles.
Derek, just leave it there. Grab it later. Okay, the Suez Canal. Okay, it was kind of a man-made canal. Okay, it was completed in 1869. 100 years before my mother was born.
Oh, your mom was born in 1969?
Yep. Okay, this canal, it connects the Red Sea to the Mediterranean Sea. It was especially important to England. Okay, it was a small nation short on natural resources which depended on goods from its colonies to support its economy. Okay, I was going to say economy. I don't know what I was going to say, but economy. Okay, England being smaller. Okay, you guys know the British Isles. Okay, it's smaller. It doesn't have a ton of natural resources itself. It has some. Okay, but a lot of rocky terrain. Okay, rocky shores. Okay, so a lot of its natural resources was relying on, okay, areas like this. Okay, being able to transport through areas like this and all their other ports. So it's Suez. I'm just kidding. I know. Okay, but know this canal, know the purpose of it, know how England used it. You okay there? Okay, only a couple more notes, then we are done. Okay, when Egypt ran into financial difficulties, its ruler was forced to sell its shares in the canal. Okay, Prime Minister, that's what PM stands for. Prime Minister Benjamin Disraeli, we know him because of what? Do we remember? Yep, that's what he was. Okay, remember him for a test. We had him on a quiz. Okay, but Prime is a Jewish guy that started conservative and ended liberal. Yes, sir. Good job, Adrian and Doug. Okay, but he bought them out, securing British control of the canal by 1875.
Why were we in 1910? Now we're back in 1875.
We weren't in 1910. We mentioned something that happened in 1910, but we weren't in 1910.
69. In 1910, the Boers and the British together formed the Union of South Africa.
Yeah, because that happened later on. It happened because we're talking about the Boers. Because we're talking about the Boers. Okay, after that war, they're kind of irrelevant. But we're just saying we finished what happened with them. Yes, it does. It really messed up a chapter I'm doing in 7th and 8th grade. But we're going with it. Okay, we see that the British control of the canal by 1875. The British remained in Egypt to protect their interests in the region. Basically saying, hey, I'm here to protect our goods and our resources. Okay, just 2 more notes, then we are done for today. Shh. So be quiet till then. Shh. What?
Are we going to get to anything important like World War I or II in this section?
No.
No, next chapter is
We're just not going to do it in general.
Yep, we're in the early 1900s by the end of this chapter. So close to World War I. I believe next chapter begins World War I. Okay, although Egypt was never fully controlled by England, it benefited from the British in many ways. Okay, this is how Egypt benefited from England helping them out. Okay, first we see slavery was ended. Okay, English people introduced Western justice to Egypt area, or the Egyptian area rather.
We don't call them slaves, we call them underpaid servants now.
Hey, some servants actually get paid a lot of money.
Yeah, their masters were
If you think about it, after black people got like stopped being slaves, right? Mexican people took their jobs because Mexican people just work on farms and all that different stuff.
Well, I won't say anything to that. I have comments to that. I mean, I was going to say something mean.
Mexico, that's what they did in the first place.
They choose to do it.
No offense, most of them aren't legal.
That's what I was going to say. I was like, if they're working a job like that, it's because they're illegal.
I ain't gonna take it.
Just saying. Just saying.
I'm not illegal, so why am I going
Yeah, why would she be offended? Okay, English also built irrigation systems. Shh, what is it? Shh, quiet. What is the irrigation system?
It's a canal.
Okay, kind of a water system. Okay, rivers, canals. Okay, but yes, to irrigate. Okay, they did that in Egypt as well. Okay, they also put the Egyptian economy on a sound basis. Okay, British people or British nation gave them a lot of structure. You could just say that. Okay, but this is going to bring us to our next location we're going to talk about. Okay, a place down under. Australia. Okay, some other places that had these natural resources at this time. Okay, Australia. Okay, rewind the clock a little bit. Australia was discovered by Captain Cook in the 1770s. Go back to the last note. Shh. Yes, sir. Okay, it's not that we're going to this time period, but they're just saying, hey, this is when this place kind of happened. Okay, this is when this place was discovered. Because we weren't talking about Australia, dude. Okay, Australia discovered by Captain Cook in the 1770s. It was populated by the indigenous people, now called the Aborigines. What? I know, I was going to say it wrong at first. I didn't mean to. The Aborigines. Okay, another place that is also located that is really close to Australia, that had a lot of natural resources, very beautiful land, not Japan. New Zealand. Okay, shh, this is our last note for today. Okay, New Zealand is a group of islands southeast of Australia. They were discovered by Cook as well in the 1770s. It's true. They shot. Yep. Lord of the Rings, they used New Zealand, Netherlands, I think one other place, I can't remember. All right, that is the end of the notes for today. Shh, guys, we're not done. Okay, that is the end of the notes for today for homework.
Wait, can you go back on the note?
Well, maybe if you weren't in your book and paying attention. I said in the book. Okay, for homework tonight. Okay, the essay is again due on Monday.
Mr. Coral, what's Obama's last name?
All right, we're going to learn some more stuff about Australia and New Zealand tomorrow. Guys, quiet, certainly because you should have something to write your homework down because most of you forget to do your homework. So write it down. Shh, Amethyst. I'm not saying you're wrong, but shh. Okay, we have we should have already finished page 305, correct?
Yeah, we also finished page 307.
That is, yep. Okay, we're doing another part on 308. Okay, 308. We're doing chapter concepts. Page 308, chapter concepts. Number 1. And number 5. Okay, page 308, the chapter concept section. Number 1 and number 5. Number 1 is basically over the main part of this whole chapter. Number 5 is over the country of Canada and some things with that. Okay, how the British affected that. Okay, that's it for homework. There is a quiz tomorrow, so if you want to pull out a sheet of paper, we are going to review for that quickly. One and number 5. Just 1 and 5. Okay, this quiz is going to be over pages 293 to 302 tomorrow. Pages 293 to 302. This quiz, chapter 20, pages 293 to 302. It's going to be over the imperialism section, India section, Canada section. 293 to 302. Okay, it has some modified true and false. And it has some short answer. Okay, some modified true and false questions. Again, I don't ask every question. Doug and Rick, keep your chairs down. Okay, but I have questions like this. Okay, true or false, comma, Khama, was a great Christian tribal chief from Africa. True or false?
I would say false because I've never even heard that guy.
Oh, it's true. Wait, what did you even say, bro?
Oh, I know, true, it's true.
I heard KHMA.
It was part of your homework.
My answer is false.
KHMA.
I'm not telling you the answer. You don't want to find out. Okay, but know that, comma, Khama, was a great Christian tribal chief from Africa. True or false?
I'm going to say true.
It isn't. It's actually on page, I believe, 299.
Is it actually true?
Yes, it's true.
Okay, there's going to be another question. Amy Carmichael was a missionary to China. True or false?
True. It's India. True. It's India.
Again, I'm not telling you the answer. Okay, but that is a question on there. I'm trying to help you guys out with some questions. Amy Carmichael was a missionary to China. True or false? Again, some of your smarter students help you out. Okay, on page 299 as well. Okay, it talks about the first black bishop of the Church of England. Who was that? Who was the first black? You want to know that? That is a question on there. True or false? Okay, it's on page 299 to help you out. Okay, there are some short answer questions as well. Again, this is a homework quiz. It's over the homework from the other day, a reading quiz. Okay, what war was fought to stop Russia's attempt to dominate Turkey?
Something like that.
What war was fought to stop Russia's attempt to dominate Turkey? It's the Crimean.
I was right, but I just pronounced it wrong.
Okay, it's spelled crime, A-N, war. Okay, also, what act made Canada a self-governing commonwealth?
The Canada Act.
What act is not the Canada Act? There it is. Okay, some stuff is in the notes. Some stuff was from the reading. Be ready for that. Okay, what act made Canada a self-governing commonwealth? That is true. Okay, we talked about this today. Who won the Boer War?
The Boers, not the farmers.
Okay, so who won it?
The British.
Benjamin Disraeli.
Okay, we learned that today. You can review that from the notes or the book. Who won the Boer War?
The Red Coats won.
Shh. Okay, name one of the two republics established by the Dutch Boers after their Great Trek. Okay, we talked about that in the notes as well. It's also in those pages. Okay, name one. There are two of them. Okay, name one of the two republics established by the Dutch Boers after the Great Trek.
Repeat that one more time.
Elijah,
Oh, could I use the bathroom? Oh.
quickly.
Repeat that one. The Union of South Africa.
Nope.
Repeat that one more time.
Okay. Yes, sir. Name one of the two republics established by the Dutch Boers after the Great Trek. Okay, that one was in the notes already. We talked about both of them. We mentioned them a couple times. It's also in the reading. Let's see. Okay, one of them starts with a T. Okay, another question is, what rebellion caused the British government to take complete control over India? Okay, we talked about this in the notes as well. What rebellion?
It's like the East India Company, and then like there's
They're part of it, but what is the rebellion? Okay, what rebellion caused the British government to take complete control of India? Okay, you want to know that? What? Close, yes. Sepoy Rebellion. What? Yes, keep your chair down. the date today, the 11th. Okay, that is most of the questions on there. Okay, I asked the harder ones, so be ready for that. Okay, there might be one more true and false, like the years 1880 to 1900s are considered the great age of British imperialism. Okay, you want to know the dates for the imperialism. Okay, if it's true, it's true. If it's false, know those dates. Okay, but that is it. Okay, that is the majority of the quiz. There's no reason anyone should fail any quizzes in my class or really tests because I go over them almost word for word, not always word for word. I give you the questions at least. Okay, be ready for that. We'll take that tomorrow. Okay, again, the essays are due on Monday. Okay, the homework, you only have 2 things, and that's it. Okay, make sure you get that done. Those are trying to help some of those whose grades are lower to get higher, give you an opportunity for that. So for those whose grades are higher, don't not do it and make your grades go down. All right, that is it for today. Let me know if you have any questions, but we are done.
All right, welcome to Geometry. Let's go ahead and get started. We're on 315, angle formed by two chords. Theorem 43 states that an angle formed by two chords intersecting within a circle is measured by 1/2 the sum of the arc intercepted between its sides and the arc intercepted between the sides of its vertical angle. You can see the diagram on page 152, if I can read a number here. We are given circle O and chords AC and BD intersecting in point P within the circle. We're to prove that angle APB is equal to 1/2 the sum of arcs AB and arc CD. It's on both sides of the angle is what we're doing, or circle. All right, so let's go ahead and go through this. We're going to go ahead and choose to draw BC, because 2 points determine a line. Then we'll go through, and we know that angle BCA must equal 1/2 arc AB, and angle CBD must also equal 1/2 arc CD. I'm just going to say arc. Whoops. What? BCA? Angle C. C is the vertex.
Oh, like the long way around or the short way?
The short way. No, Gabby. Trace the angle. Look on BCA. You're on page 152, right?
Yes, 152 is angle.
Okay, it's a little sliver of an angle on point C. Okay, that's equal to arc, 1/2 of arc BA. Number 4. Now then, I can add all that together because that's how addition works. Angle BCA plus angle CBD is equal to 1/2. I'm just going to go ahead and simplify instead of writing it separately. We have arc AB plus arc CD. This is addition simplified. Okay, because we can all agree that we factored out the 1/2. I'm just specifying it because reasons. Number 5. Then I also know that angle APB is equal to angle BCA plus angle CBD. BCA, CBD. I'm working on it. Because it's an external angle. Exterior angle, sorry. Exterior angle of a triangle is equal to the sum of the, no one asked you, Siri, opposite interior angles.
Apparently, when you say exterior, Siri says yes.
Right. Anywho, then substitution allows us to say step 6. All right, which is great and all, but as you may have noticed, there's a lot of like half and angles and things like that, and no wonder it's so small. I'm at 150 instead of 200 zoom. There you go. That's probably better. Sorry. All right, so there's the proof. Now let's put it into practice. Number 5 in our exercises. Using the same diagram as Theorem 43, we were told that if arc CD equals 80 degrees, and arc DA equals 70 degrees, and arc BC equals 3 times arc AB, we're to find angle BPC. All right, so first of all, let's get this figured out here. I'm looking at the wrong diagram. That's really messing with me. All right. Let's see here. All right, so we know, we're going to start out by saying arc BC is equal to 3. Guys, you're going to have to do this tonight, so you might want to pay attention. Times arc AB. Okay, that's one of the things we're stated here. All right, so we are given CD, DA, and that's it. So we're given CD and CA. So we know that's arc AB plus arc BC. And we're just going to assume all these are arcs because I'm tired of writing the word arc. All right, arc AB plus BC must equal, well, 360 degrees is the full circle. Whoops. Arcs. There we go. All right. 360 minus, and then it would be, because AB plus BC would be the whole circle minus CD plus DA, right? So we're going to subtract out the 80 and 70 we were given. Which equals 210 degrees. Okay? So I know that the sum of that has to equal 210 degrees. Did we establish somewhere that AB and BC are equal? No. I know. I'm trying to figure out what they're doing here. Right, so if we took AB plus 3AB for arc BC, we're substituting in. Okay, so if we take 4 of arc AB, that would equal 210 degrees. Okay, does that make sense? We're taking BC plus AB, we're substituting in here. So we have AB and BC. We know that BC is equal to 3AB. So we're just plugging that in here and simplifying. Good? Cool. All right, so then simple division allows us to say that we have, whoops, I did that too soon. Arc AB is equal to 52.5 degrees when we divide by 4. Okay. Now then, arc BC is 3 times that. Which is equal to 157.5. I mean, if you don't believe me, we can prove it. But anyway, okay. Okay, anyway. So then angle BPC, which is what we're asked to find. Okay, I know we kind of went on this whole pathway, but we needed BPC. Now, angle BPC is equal to 1/2 arc AD, plus arc BC. Now that we have those two pieces, because we just found them, that's why we found those two pieces, by the way. You probably would have started out with that and then realized, hey, I need to find the other two pieces of the circle. Does that make sense? Okay. So then angle BPC is then equal to, let's make sure we're not moving around talking. Gabby, I don't know what on earth we're doing right now. Clearly. Seriously, it's got non-stop interruption and it's rude. Thank you. Oh my word. That's what the office is for. I know. Okay, what else is really annoying is you guys talking. All right, angle BPC is equal to then 70 degrees, because that's what AD is. And BC, which we just found to be 157.5 degrees. Well, when we do that, we get that it's 113.75 degrees, and that's our answer. Yeah, fairly certain. Why can't I underline in math? Why? Fine, can I change the color at least? Nope, can't do any formatting in math. Lovely. Thanks, Google. All right, so there you go. That's how you do number 5, which hopefully you paid attention to because you guys have number 4 for homework, and it's very similar.
I wish my body looked like the curves of like the.
Is number 4 easier than number 5?
Do you see it?
What?
Number 4 easier than number 5, you would say?
Yeah, I mean, there's less you have to do with the equation.
Oh, that shot's fire. That's
Guys, we're done. Okay, number 7. The sides of AB, BC, and CA of the inscribed angle ABC subtend arcs of 172, 64, and 124 degrees respectively. Find the angles formed at the intersection of AB and bisector angle C. So our job is to find all 4 angles formed around this point. Okay, that's what we're trying to do. Am I able to just... Okay, yes, that's apparently a yes. Okay. So, let's go ahead and... If I center, is that going to mess up the picture? Oh, cool. All right. Actually, I should left align first because we need to make it a sentence. So, first of all, we'll extend CX, bisector of angle BCA, to intersect circle O in D. Huh? All right. Now, angle C, rip, is equal to then half. Oh, my word. Can you not? Thank you. Okay, because an inscribed angle is equal to half its arc. So this whole arc here is 172 degrees. So that's where we're able to get that. All right, does that make sense? In addition to that, I also know, I can stop the italics now, angle BCD must be half BCD, there we go, is equal to half angle C, which will, oh, sorry, I should probably have finished this one, which is equal to 86 degrees. Okay, half angle C, which means then we have, stop. Seriously. No, we're about to have real problems here. You are distracting, and that is the problem. Anyway, we have 1/2 of 86 degrees then, because that's by definition a bisector. It's half the other. Okay, so this is going to equal to 43 degrees. Okay, so as we look through this, we know from these two measurements, first of all, from arc BD, because I have that's what I'm saying. Hold on. Okay, because this is bisected and it's 172 degrees, we also know that this would also be the measurements of arc BD and arc DA. Okay, all that would equal 86 degrees. Okay, so from that information, we're trying to find these 4 angles here. So now that we know the arc lengths, we're all set. Okay, so we're going to take angle BXD must equal angle CXA because they're vertical angles. Okay, and they'll each equal 1/2 86 degrees plus 124 degrees, which gives us 105 degrees. And then we will have angle DXA. I didn't even, okay, we're going to say BXC first, I guess, equals angle AXD, which is equal to 1/2 64 plus 86 degrees is equal to 75 degrees. All right, these 2 lines here are our answers. Gabby, go ahead and move to the front, please. All right, so there's a couple of examples of numerical problems. Just mentioning that there, so you guys have that in your doc. Now let's go ahead and go on to, sorry for the weird scrolling, 316. An angle formed by a tangent and a chord. So let's go straight to this. We're in theorem 44. I'm going to actually use the alternate proof. I don't know why it's the alternate proof, because it's shorter. So I don't know if there was a difference, but if you've seen someone else prove this for whatever reason, I'm using a different one. All right, an angle formed by a tangent and a chord drawn from a point of tangency is measured by 1/2 the intercepted arc. Okay, so we are given AB is tangent to circle O at P, and PC is any chord through P as well. We're to prove that angle BPC is equal to 1/2 arc PC. All right. These are very important relationships because upcoming is quizzes and test sections where like you're going to be given a diagram and told to find all the numerical measures, and the diagrams will not be accurate. So you'll have to know these theorems, you'll have to know these formulas, and that's why I'm trying to get this through to you guys to pay attention to the math, because we're going to have stuff that's not just straight up proofs. That's my point. As in, they're not necessarily drawn to scale. So like you can't just measure stuff. Okay, so number 2. We'll draw diameter, POD, and chord, CD. Oops. Because 2 points determine a line. Arc, DCP, is a semicircle. Because the diameter bisects the circle. I mean, that's kind of duh, but we have to say it. All right, angle DCP then is a right angle, because an angle inscribed in a semicircle is a right angle. Now then, that makes them perpendicular. Right, I can't do that in here. DC is perpendicular to PC. Definition of perpendicular. Which makes DP perpendicular to, oh goodness, I'm so used to that command. DP is perpendicular to AB, because the diameter is perpendicular to a tangent at the point of contact. Okay, we established DC is perpendicular to PC. DCP is right angle, right. Oh, because it's the diameter from the from the point of tangency. All right. So then angle D equals angle BPC because, and this is an old one, but angles whose sides are perpendicular left to left. How did I spell it right the first time? And right to right, oh my word, are equal. So then angle D is equal to 1/2 arc PC and since angle D equals 1/2 arc PC and it's equal to BPC, we can just use substitution to show that. All right. So because of that, we can use this in exercises 316, number 5, which is good because you're doing it for homework.
Great. Fabulous.
Okay. So again, this is probably the form that you want of the theorem.
How many steps?
That's just it. It's numerical answers. Okay. So tonight's homework is exercises 3.15 number 4 and exercises 3.16 number 5. For both those problems, you're just using the theorem diagram that's on the same page.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? 3.54. Oh, it's on the board. Oh, I see that.
Anywho, for 315, you'll use theorem 43's diagram. For exercises 316, you'll use the diagram from theorem 44. It's on the same page. You can't miss it. All right, so that's what you guys are doing. It may involve some algebra, but it shouldn't be too bad. I basically took the 2 of the worst case scenarios and showed you that way so you have a harder example to look at. So you may not have to do all the steps that are in there. They're just telling you what you can do. Because, seriously, your next quiz is going to look like that, where it's going to be you're handed a diagram, you're handed, give me the measurement of this angle, this angle, this angle, this arc, this arc, this arc, and so on. Yes.
Great. Fabulous.
I'll tell you when I know. I will tell you when I know. That's not me dodging the question. That's me legitimately not knowing.
Probably just gonna be like next week.
Well, with Iowa testing, I don't know.
Oh, that's true.
I haven't gone through and finished that yet.
Darn Iowa.
Amethyst, see me after class. Really? Yeah, that's fine. I'm looking at my lesson plans to make sure you guys know what quiz tomorrow. Because I did not bring my clipboard with me. No, that's not what I meant to do. It's never what I mean to do. My school works. Just there needs to be an expand all button. You made the thing so tiny. Ugh. No, you guys don't. Okay. So you guys just have. Stop. I'm okay. No. Anyway, all right. So you guys have those 2 exercises. They are due tomorrow. That's what you guys are doing for the remainder of class, as well as tonight if you don't get finished. Although it's 2 problems and they're numbers, not proofs. So should be able to knock it out in class real quick. All right. Distance learners, we'll see you guys later. There it is.
Okay, guys, have a seat. Time to be quiet, please. Time to be quiet, please. You just received your new notes, chapter 11. DLs, you got yours. UV, I don't know if you got my message or not, but I'm thinking that I didn't get you one because I thought you were coming back to the classroom. So right now it's at the office in your little packet. So need to get that picked up. Okay, Gabby, can you come back up here, please? And stop the talking. Last warning. Okay. Thank you. Okay. DLs, next week we are doing the Iowa testing. I don't know if anybody said anything to you or not. I don't know what that involves for you guys. But we are starting those on Monday, and we'll have to let you know what days we'll have class, what days we won't. At least right now for science class, for this class, we are scheduled to do our Iowa test on Monday. So whether you're involved in that or not, that's what I got to find out. No one has told me yet officially, so so I will find that out and then I will let you know, okay? I mean, that's fine, but no one has told me, so okay. Okay, so DLs, if you know that or not, that's great. If not, I'll find out and let you know from my point of it, okay? Okay, let's get into this today. We're on lesson 105, first page of your new notes. Applying electrostatics. Don't start talking, okay? Whoever it was. Okay. Just a few general facts here. Electricity and magnetism are subject to the laws of nature that God has placed in creation. So no matter what's out there, no matter what's going on, they are all subject to those laws. Man, over the time, has sought to use electricity and magnetism for his benefit. Okay? Simple enough. And rightfully so, because God has given us the privilege of using his creation to our benefit. We are just supposed to do it in a proper and just way. But to do that, we've got to understand how to generate, how to store, how to use this static and current electricity. We need to understand how to apply the relationship between electricity and magnetism, okay, and practical devices. Some of the early devices, okay, obviously when things are first developed, all the problems have to be ironed out, okay? So a problem that the early pioneers of electrostatics had was just the difficulty of generating the large amounts of static electricity. Okay? Girls, in your seats. Now, please. And if I said nothing on the floor, then I don't know why you're back there down there. Okay? Now you're going to go there, Amethyst. Okay? So the only way that they could generate the static electricity was to rub a piece of amber or similar material with a silk cloth. This is what they did back then. Okay? It's the only way that they could really come up with enough electricity or do what they're doing. Otto von Guericke, a German inventor, somewhat involved or solved the problem of generating that static electricity by inventing this machine, the electrostatic generator. A device that produces static electricity. It was simply a sulfur ball mounted on a hand-cranked shaft. Okay? So to get that generation, electricity, static electricity, they had to crank it, and the faster they cranked it, obviously, the more static that they got. So, friction between the rotating ball and the handheld piece of the leather allowed Guericke to collect those large amounts of static electricity or electric charges. So when the sphere was rubbed, it emitted those electric charges. Okay, an electric spark created off that. So he discovered that if he generated enough electricity, the surface of the sulfur sphere would then begin to glow. Okay? So just put yourself back into their places of what they had to do and what he was accomplishing and how the first time it's coming through, how excited he was that this object, this sphere, was glowing. So he became the first to witness what was called electroluminescence. Okay? Well, as the times went on, okay, the significance of Guericke's discovery in the study of electrostatics is that scientists repeated his experiments using glass bottles and metal or hard rubber discs to generate the static electricity. In the early 1800s, James Wimshurst, an English engineer, developed the Wimshurst machine which used two rotating discs to increase the charge or to increase a charge through induction. Robert van de Graaff, an American scientist, invented the Van Graaff generator. This was the most common type of electrostatic generator in use today, still is, the Van Graaff generator. Now, obviously, the bigger they are, the more electricity that they're going to produce. So a large Van Graaff generator can produce voltages in excess of 5 million volts. That one? Okay, so just like this picture here, this massive one, you ready? Austin, you ready? Okay. Okay. Now keep in mind, a standard household current is about 120 volts. Okay. The Van de Graaff generator can produce enough static electricity to stimulate lightning-like discharges. Okay. Giving them the nickname the lightning machines. So as you can see here in this picture, that's what it's doing, eliminating or illuminating those lightning bolts. Now, an ordinary classroom one, if I was to go out and buy one and buy it here and bring it here, it consists of a large hollow metal sphere supported by a cylindrical insulated stand. A motor-driven rubber belt would rub against the grounded fur or wood-covered cylinder, the bottom of the supported stand, which transfers electrons to the belt. The belt then picks up the electrons and carries them up to the metal sphere, where they spread evenly over the sphere's outer surface, giving it the negative charge. And ordinary Van de Graaff generators are not dangerous, but our charges can be painful if you experience that. Okay, so just a little bit. Now, this same principle applies to, as we've discussed either in here or one of the other classes we've discussed this, that the Van Graaff generator illustrates an important principle of electric charges. An electric charge always moves to the outside of the charge object. Okay? So the principle is the main reason why cars with metal tops are safe shelters during a thunderstorm. Okay? So if a car gets hit with a lightning bolt, you are pretty well safe, and I'm not saying 100% guaranteed on that, but you're pretty well safe from the lightning bolt, because the lightning bolt is going to hit the car and it's going to move to the outside of the car and down and then into the ground and be grounded at that point. Okay? Plus the tires is what helps to ground the car itself. Okay? So this principle, it's always moving to the outside, these bolts. So that's why back here, this picture here, this one right here, the charges are going to the outside. They're not staying inside. Okay? They're not staying in the middle of the sphere. They're going to the outside because that's where the electrical charges or the negative charges are going to be at. So again, with the car, the charges are heading to the outside, to the edges, so that they can go down and then be grounded into the surface. Now, the shape of a conductor in these generators affects the distribution of the charge. Okay? So keep this in mind here. If the conductor is sphere, okay, round, the charge is distributes itself uniformly around the sphere. Okay? So the more pointed the sphere or the more pointed the object gets, the more electrified or more the higher the charge. Okay? Number two, if the conductor is not a sphere where the charge is more concentrated, wherever the contour is a sharper curve, and most concentrated wherever the contour comes to a corner or a point. Okay? So you are going to have a question or something coming up in regards to the contour of this, or where are electrical charges more prominent, and then they would be at those contour lines. Okay? Okay, due to the fact that the volleyball players are going to be gone tomorrow, let's go ahead and go into 98. You know, game tomorrow?
No, we have a game next Tuesday and next Friday.
Oh, it's next Friday that you're leaving early. Okay. I got mixed up. Okay. Well, let's man, that didn't take long at all. No, we are. I'm going to go on into 106. Okay? So just hold on. Talking about nature's charges. So 106, just a minute. That's a long one anyway, or at least on the notes section. So it'll probably take us 2 days anyway to get through it. Okay, so on that basis, we're going to skip the reading quiz. Do a little bit of review with what we just talked about. So who was the German inventor who invented the electrostatic generator? Otto von Guericke. Okay, Otto von Guericke. What was it? What is the device that produces static electricity? Shh. Doug. Okay. Electric static generator. What is the most common type of electrostatic generator in use today? The Van Graff. Okay. Okay. So, electrostatic generators, we're just continuing this. Okay. Nature's electrostatic generators. Okay. The thunderstorms. One of most nature's common electrostatic generators. The water droplets and ice particles in a thunderstorm cloud obtain your electrical charge. The positive charged particles are at the top of the cloud. The negative charged particles are at the bottom of the cloud. The negative charges at the bottom of the cloud induce a positive charge with the Earth's surface. Okay? Now keep in mind with lightning bolts that lightning isn't always coming from the clouds, or doesn't hit it does hit the ground, but it doesn't come from the clouds to hit the ground. The ground sends up a stream to meet it, okay? And that's where you get that, okay? A channel plasma forms between the cloud and the ground. Okay? Let me go out of this for just a sec. I want to check something. I can't check it with it on the screen. So just a sec. Okay. Okay, I just wanted to find out if I did do something. Okay. So anyway, a channel plasma forms between the cloud and the ground. Massive surges of positive charges form from the ground. Doug, Gabby, Lena. So massive surges of electric charges from the ground stream upward through the channel. These surges form a brilliant flickering bolt called a lightning. Okay, that's a large discharge of static electricity.
What comes first in a thunderstorm, thunder or lightning?
What do you think? Is sound? What's the thunder?
The noise.
Okay, so is sound faster than sight? Okay, the lightning comes first because a general rule of thumb is a lightning bolt hits, okay, and then if you see the lightning bolt and you count by seconds, it's generally about a mile away per second. Okay, so you see it, you hear it, you can calculate how far you are in between. Okay. If you don't hear if you don't hear thunder, but you see the lightning, and it all happens at once, you're in trouble because it's happening right where you're at. Okay, so it's that instant. Okay, you probably won't have a chance to run to your car. Okay. Now, I kind of said that wrong, but hey, if you're seeing the lightning and hearing it at the same time, that means it's close. It's really close. Okay.
Wait, what's that sign where you like?
And if you are smelling electric burning smell, and we've all smelt that. Have you ever smelt wires burn? Okay. If you ever smell that in a lightning storm or clouds, then there's an electric field building around your area. Okay? And you are smelling that burning sensation. You're smelling the plasma or whatever coming up from the ground to meet that lightning bolt. Okay? So that's what's around you. You're smelling that. And if you're smelling that, you can almost pretty well guarantee that there's going to be a lightning bolt close. If not, in your spot. Okay? So that one's a tough one to get away from. Okay? Shh, guys. Okay, so this lightning is that discharge of static electricity between the ground and the cloud. Now, we have what's called a step. Who's doing that? Who's doing it? Amethyst, that was you. That was one. Good grief, guys. Ridiculous. Okay, you have what's called a stepped leader. This is your downward flow of charges that begins your lightning strike. Okay? don't have any of those, huh? That's your next note on your. That's the new next thing, right? Yeah, which is that right there. Hmm. Oops. Yeah, your next note on your paper is this one right here. Okay. Well, let's go back. Let's just. That's not in your notes. I don't know why I still have it in these notes then. PowerPoint. Okay. Yeah, these aren't in it. I meant to put these in, but evidently forgot to put them in. Sorry about that. Okay. Now, if you notice that picture on the left side, that's your forming of your lightning strike that's coming down, also going up to meet the cloud in the air. Okay. I don't have time to talk about that. I'll figure that one out right now. Okay. Okay. So let's go back to when all this was discovered. Okay, with Benjamin Franklin. Okay. Benjamin Franklin wanted to experiment with static electricity. Okay. And we are frozen here, so hang on. Okay. Shh. So, as we know the story, pay attention, quiet down. As we know the story, Franklin flew a kite, okay, topped with a metal rod into the lower portion of the thunderstorm cloud. Okay, he wanted to see if there could be some static or what kind of electricity was going to be out there. He observed that the static charge as fibers of the string repelled each other and as a spark jumped across the gap between his knuckle and a key tied near the end of the string. And obviously Franklin didn't know how strong the lightning bolt would be. But keep in mind with this story that if the lightning bolt had struck the kite, the enormous current would have killed Franklin. Okay? Because it would have went right through that key and right into him. He realized that lightning's nature as an electric spark could be used and can be used to protect buildings. Okay? From lightning strikes, through which he invented the lightning rod. Amethyst and Avery, that's one. You have done nothing but talk, all period. Okay? And now that's two, Amethyst. Lightning rod is just a device for protecting buildings and other structures from those lightning strikes. So, as a lightning bolt hits that lightning rod, in the building, it's programmed to where it goes right into the ground. Okay? And then just it doesn't get distributed throughout the building. The building is safe because of that lightning rod and how it's designated to go right into the ground itself as a grounding situation. Okay? We'll stop there today. Well, We'll keep going. Got 10 minutes. Nature's, okay, you got what's called St. Elmo's fire.
Elmo.
Yep. This is a natural phenomenon known as corona discharge, which is an accumulation of electrons around pointed objects that results in an eerie blue glow. St. Elmo's fire was named after the Roman Catholic patron saint of sailors. Okay? And they would find this going on as they would sail. It occurs when a pointed object receives with a large electric charge. Okay? And at night, if you've ever seen this, your electricity, the electric charge that's being presented gives that glow like you're seeing in the pictures here. The electrons at the point are soon crowded, that some electrons are repelled away from the point into the air, and thus the charge leaks off the point. The electrons that leak off the point collide with the air molecules, causing the air around the point to glow with that bluish tint. The faster the charge leaks off the point, obviously the brighter the flow and or the corona. The location of St. Elmo's fire are usually at steeples, treetops, lightning rods, okay? Something of a higher nature, but it's going to create this blue sky, okay? And that's where we'll leave it for today, okay? Tomorrow we'll start with the storing of charges, okay? Okay. Sorry about all the confusion, DLs. It's a little bit harder for you, not being here, okay? But sorry about that. Okay. Class tomorrow, and then we'll figure out what you're doing next week. DLs, have a great day. We'll see you later.
All right, welcome to, whoa, let's turn that way down. Welcome to Algebra 1. Nope, there we go, check. All right, welcome to Algebra 1. Let's go ahead and get started. We're on 6.4. 6.4, multiplying polynomials by monomials. Essentially, to multiply a polynomial by a monomial, apply the distributive property. Yep, today is all about just distribution. So if I'm told to multiply x squared plus 4x minus 5 by 3x, you take the 3x and you distribute it to every individual term. So 3x times x squared becomes 3x cubed. 3x times 4x becomes 12x squared. 3x times negative 5 is negative 15x. All right, any questions? Give it time. Give it time. Yeah. Guys, you all said one of them was too easy and then like the average score was like a 60. So like pay attention. You need this review. What? 3 times negative 5 is negative 15. X comes along.
3 times negative 5.
The front. You're taking the front to every term. What are you talking about? Okay.
And that's it.
Yeah. Again, we're not doing the whole vertically nonsense, so just multiply like normal. Example B. Going to distribute the 2x squared. So 2 times 5 is 10. X squared times x squared is x to the 4th. 2 times 7 is 14. X times x squared is x cubed. 2 times negative 3 is negative 6. And the x squared is brought along for the ride. That's literally it.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Can I be a dumb one? So how did you get x squared thing for 3?
14x to the power, something.
Because x squared times x is x cubed. The thing we learned about yesterday that everyone claimed was super easy.
Oh, it's just because it's
You're adding the exponents. Yeah.
Oh, so you did. Okay.
You add the exponents. Yep. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Guys, thank you. Example C. Notice now we have a negative being brought along with it, so we need to make sure that we change our signs appropriately. Negative 4 times 5 is negative 20. X times x squared is x cubed. Y cubed times y is y to the 4th. Negative 4 times negative 3 is positive 12. X times x is x squared. Y cubed times y is y to the 4th. There's a 4th term. Negative 4 times 7 is negative 28. X times x is x squared. Y cubed is brought along. And then finally, negative 4 times negative 2 is positive 8. I'm going to run off the slide here.
Let's go down.
X, y cubed, because it all just gets brought along. Ha, it fit. All right. We good? I forgot those are 4th term, so like I should have started more left. All right, we good? Cool. Finally, what happens if there's a fraction? First of all, we all panic. No, I'm kidding. You just take it one piece at a time. Calm down. Okay, I'm going to split it up and show you guys. Hey, Rick, maybe pay attention to the screen. Maybe put away the popcorn, Adrian. And act like you're in class. Put away the popcorn. Okay.
We all are mad.
All right, so we're going to split this up. We have 3/4 of 8, X squared times x is x cubed. That part doesn't change, so I'm going to go ahead and just keep doing that part as we go. And then I'm going to have 3/4 times 16. And then x squared just gets brought along. Now, the reason why I'm separating it out is so that we notice that when we cancel, it has to cancel for each term. Does that make sense? 4 goes into 8 2 times. So this leaves me with 6x cubed. 4 goes into 16 4 times. So I get 12x squared. This is why I split it up, because otherwise the temptation is to go like this and then forget that you're supposed to also do this. Does that make sense? Okay? So make sure you guys are paying attention to that. Okay? Does that make sense? That's why I showed it. Until you're used to it, you should really do it the long way like I showed.
So what you do is you pretty much just take the top number and that's it.
What? No, I did the division. 4 goes into 8 2 times.
Oh, and that's
4 goes into 16 4 times. Because if you do the division before the multiplication, it's easier.
all you do.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. All right, real quick, toward the end of the section, you do get where you're adding as well. Hey, pay attention. Stop looking outside. I've already called your attention back twice this class period alone. We've been in class for less than 10 minutes. Focus. Now, toward the end of the section, you have some addition and subtraction mixed in there as well. You still follow the same rules from previous section. It's starting to build on itself. Okay? So make sure you guys are paying attention to your signs as you go. All right, any questions? Cool. Homework tonight is practice 6.4 blue. Don't forget you have 6.3 blue left from yesterday. Okay, so if you did not finish those, you have those today. And then finally, quiz 18 over 6.1 to 6.4 is tomorrow. So you have 6.3 blue due tomorrow, you have 6.4 blue due tomorrow, you have the quiz tomorrow. However, you have 30 plus minutes left of class. If I were you, I'd focus and get going so that way you don't have a ton of homework tonight. No, because I just did with example D. Yeah. That was literally the thing I was just telling you about. Yes. Excuse me just a second. Hey, 10th grade, please be quiet. Thank you. Yes. Oh, yeah, go ahead. All right, any others? All right. Again, Adrian, put away the food. That's my second time this class period. Seriously, you haven't even made it 10 minutes, man. Stop eating. Act like you're in class. Do I make myself abundantly clear? Okay. So get out your book. Get out your homework. Get started. Like by picking up a pencil and moving it. Oh, my word.
Oh, wait, yeah. I have your collection of gold pencils from
Right? Yeah, I know I've given you plenty of pencils. All right, distance learners, we'll see you guys later. Make sure you guys notice the whole list of do things for tomorrow.
Okay, let's go over the verse before we take our quiz. You do your hair, Gabby? You do your hair? Oh, that's pretty. No, it hasn't. Yesterday? Oh. Okay, let's review the verse. Ready? Begin. 1, 3. De nuevo. Ugh, okay, one more time. 1. Okay, I guess we're ready. Okay, take out a sheet of paper. It's not on this side, is it? Huh? Oh, you already got it earlier? Oh, okay, thank you, Jesse. Okay, go ahead and write the verse.
Just take it. Be a man.
Yeah.
Be a woman then.
Go ahead, take out a sheet of paper, please. 5 minutes? See what time it is? Sorry, I'm watching my kids. They're being so loud.
You're watching it to make sure they're all behaving.
They're not behaving.
Is the kid with the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles sweater in your class?
The what?
The kid
Yes.
He has got magic.
The Ninja Turtle one? Dude, it's not Evan.
That's not Evan.
But I like him.
She hates Evan.
He's the worst.
I don't know, man. Looks like she likes me.
Okay,
I TA'd for his class last year.
Derek, write your verse.
Wait, we're starting?
Yes, go ahead. 1, 3, 3. 1, 3, 3. Yes. Oh, you're done? Okay, I'm going to give you 2 minutes. You can use any kind of help. Please don't talk loud. Yes. Okay, go. Now. Like anything. Thanks. Make sure you use the right version, though. Okay, perfect. No, why we want to go outside right now?
Adrian, I'm staying until 3. You want to play basketball in the rain after school? Yes.
I will do that.
See, there's like pros and cons of playing rain. Like, you're playing basketball in the rain. Alright?
Okay, you have 10 seconds.
There's pros and cons of playing basketball in the rain. Stop dog water. So bad.
Okay, time. Time, put it away. Do you know it? You can't finish it without looking at anything? Okay. Okay.
That kid's smart. He's got his umbrella upside down to like the hail and throw it.
Why would he?
That's smart. That kid is smart.
Can I go collect you?
Because. Okay. Your kid. Derek, come back, sit down, please. Why? It's gonna melt as soon as you bring it inside. Huh? Okay, set it up. Okay. It's not that big, is it? Oh, it's bigger than the one earlier. Okay. Close the door. Okay, you're not using it. Gabby, no, not right now. Not right now.
Like 5 seconds out there. Wait,
Oh my soul.
Like 10 seconds.
Put it in. No.
It's gonna be temptation. It's going back outside.
Yes. Put it back outside.
Whoa. Derek said that's temptation. What a surprise.
Yeah, but we're leaving practice. Bella, why do you keep telling people that we're not going to do it?
Okay, ready? Tomorrow is your test. Listen. How many of you, yes. How many of you are 100% ready?
Yes, 100%.
Only Ricky? Only Lena? Jaylin? Jaylene? Who else? Andrew, you ready? Okay. Okay. Since Ricky is 100% ready, Ricky, translate this sentence for me. The book is on the table. What is it? No? Do you know it, Andrew? Yes, el libro está en la mesa. What is a la una? Girls, wait till you're done, until I'm done to change. Okay, then next time wait till I'm done with Spanish. A la una, what does it mean? At one. El invierno. Invierno. Winter. El otoño. Hace frío. O hace viento. Windy. Hace fresco. Yeah, it's cool. Las estaciones. Seasons. Química. Chemistry. Octubre. La ventana. The window. La ventana. You should know this one, Andrew. La primavera. Yes. Science. Ciencia. De. No. From. De. Yeah. De, yes. El cesto. Derek, are you ready for your test? Okay. Mecanografía. Typing. Cesto is trash can. Or, yeah. Sorry, yes. Huh? No. I need the table. Translate it. I want the clock. Reloj. I want the clock. Want, yes. Quiero, yeah. Quiero el reloj. It's good weather. It's good weather. What? How do you translate it? Hace. Okay. Hace buen tiempo o hace buen clima. Okay. Either or. Pass me the English book. Pásame el libro de inglés. Good job. Hace frío. What does it mean? It's cold. It's very warm. Mucho what? Not color. Color is what? What is color? Who knows? Color. So it's not color. It's calor with the A, okay? Hace mucho calor is what? It's very warm, okay? It's very cool. Fresco, good job. When is the class? ¿Cuándo es la clase? And what's the weather like? No. No. No es como, es qué clima hace o qué tiempo hace, okay? Okay, the true and false really quick, okay? Yo means we. Nosotros means we. True. Nosotros means we. Ellos means they, masculine. True. Ellos. Él means he. True. Yes, he. Ella means she. True. Él means she. Usted means you. True. Ellas means you. False. Ellos means they, feminine. No, false. Nosotros means I. False, okay? Yes. Oh, just a true and false. Yeah. Yeah, just true and false. How do you say it? ¿Cómo es usted o cómo está usted? ¿Cómo está? Okay, how do you say it? ¿Qué está el mosquito o qué es el mosquito? How do you say it? ¿Es Francia en Europa o está Francia en Europa? Está, okay. Está. ¿Qué día es o qué día está? ¿Qué día es? Okay. ¿Cuándo es o cuándo está? ¿Cuándo es? Okay. ¿Quién es o quién está el profesor de español? No, it's not the second. ¿Quién es? Okay. ¿La clase de física es a las 8 o está a las 8? Es a las 8. ¿Es it las bananas? Las bananas, los bananas, lo banano son deliciosos. Las bananas. Tengo unos libros, unas libros, un libro. Unos libros. Plural. Quiero unas plumas, una pluma, un pluma. Unas plumas. Es un lápiz, es una lápiz. Un lápiz. No es unas revistas, no es unos revistas. O no es una revista. Una, okay? Because it's singular. Last one. Unos señores, unas señores, un señores, o unos señores. What is it? Unos señores, okay? Because it did plural, and then señores is what? Masculine. What is señores? Señores? Señoras. No, it doesn't. Okay, make sure you study for tomorrow. If you have any questions, let me know. I'll help you with anything that you feel like you don't understand. but I already gave you the study sheet. Just study that. On the multiple choice, the first one, there's a couple more that I didn't add there because it's like como está o como es. So those are super, super simple that we already. Yes, you know those. Yes, you do. I'm pretty sure you're going to get a good grade. At least everyone should get a really good grade tomorrow. Okay? There's going to be a part that I'm going to cancel out on the test tomorrow. So just so you know, I'll let you know which one it is. It's a multiple choice. Or no, a true and false. That if you want to fill it out, it's up to you. I'll give you extra points if you get it right. If you don't, then it won't count against you. Is that clear? Yes, there's going to be a true and false part that that I'm going to, if you fill it out and it's correct, I'll give it to you as extra point. If you get, yeah, if you don't get it, it doesn't count against you. Yes, I will. Yeah, for sure. For sure, for sure. Okay?
For show. Yes, I can see.
Okay. Other than that, tomorrow also I'll bring the permission slips so we can go to La Michoacana, okay? I need to remind Mr. S, okay? But most than likely it's going to happen. Yay.